Good evening. Hi, Yaya. Thanks for stopping by. Let's turn this down. Away from me. Hopefully, you can hear some music as well as hear me. Do that. Oh, why can I hear that? Oh, because I've got YouTube open. Right, close this. Close that. I actually don't need it open because I can see the chat. So, I'll just close that tab. Right. We are live. I could hear it, so I think it should be. Can you just check the level so you can come back to me? Oh, hi guys. Happy Friday. Thanks for joining me this evening. We are starting a new project. It is this Holiday Hooligans FPP pattern. Just released, literally, I don't even think an hour ago, by Adriana at Getting Jazzy With It. You can pick it up on her website, or if you're in the EU, you can pick it up on Etsy. I might be able to put the link in the chat. Just see. I think it's this one. Yeah. Because I don't think my mod thing is actually working. Nope, doesn't look like it. Let's try just the link. Looks like a clickable link. Say it anyway. That is a link to the pattern on Etsy, or you can get it on Adriana's website. So, this is a pattern. It's currently been released in 16 inch, 20 inch, and 24 inch, and I believe I'm doing the 24 inch. Let me just check. What time is it here? It is 8 PM in the UK. What about you? Is it Yaya? You can correct me how to pronounce it. Right. No, it should work, but it's not. It says I checked multiple times before I went live if the commands work on YouTube, and it says yes. I added the Streamlabs mod and everything, but I don't know. It doesn't work. That's what I mean. Like it only says to add them as a mod, like in the background.
Switch on the chat box.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
There's loads of like support.
I did everything that said you're supposed to. Sorry. Technical difficulties in the background. The J makes a J sound. Okay. So Jaja. Do you prefer Jaja? My sister could say my name when she was a baby. That's where it comes from. And it's midday for you. So you Pacific time? Jaja. Got it. Cool. My name's Holly, by the way. I just banged my mic. Sorry about that. New to the streaming malarkey. Right. So this is a pattern, and I've also printed off the breakdown for the pattern pieces. I have pre-cut all the sections. This one doesn't have the colours on it though, but I'll pull that up on my screen. Sections. Oh, that's the back, the front version. No, not so. Pacific time, yes. I'm close to Seattle. Oh, your name's Tonya. Nice to meet you, Tonya. Yep, close to Seattle. Cool. Pretty similar weather to where we are then in the UK. Wet and miserable most of the time. Right, so starting with this section. So your FPP comes in sections like these. I don't know if this camera would be better. See if this way this is meant to focus now. So this is what your FPP, your section looks like when you print it on your paper. So these are all different pieces of fabric that you'll sew onto the paper to make the section. Words are hard. And then each portion of the pattern is broken down into bigger sections that you'll sew together. Oh, that timers are working. That's good then. At least that's something. Just not the commands, but that's fine. What was the wrong one I'm looking at? Anyway, never mind. Right. Yeah, so the pattern is broken down into bigger sections that you will sew together to then make it easier to sew. So you'll basically sew these small pieces into bigger pieces and then bigger pieces again until you've sewn all the bits together. So we are going to start with this section here. So it's A, B and C, which are the pieces I've got ready here. So then back to the side, and we'll go back here. Move my juice out of the way. Right, so focus here please. Alright, if this is a bit out of focus, it has got so much that it's trying to look at. Tried fixing it, but being a pain. Right, so this is the window section, or the first portion of the window section. So we are looking for So each section is broken down into numbers. So, and then obviously the letter. So this whole piece is piece A, so each section will be A1, A2, A3, 4, 5 and 6. So the idea is you start with A1 and then we're going to go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'll just move this over to the side just now. So A1 is actually the window section. So I have this Starry Night fabric that this is a sample. I've still got the tag on it. I've never used it. I got it ages ago for a different pattern that I never made. But yeah, a sample of this. So this will be good for these windows. I mean, totally inaccurate at looking out a window, but give it some visual interest. So we need to make sure, this has to be, so we want the fabric and the paper wrong sides together. It's really nice, isn't it? I got it ages ago and I've never found a need to use it because I only got like a sample of it. Yeah, so we want just for the first piece, we want our fabric and paper wrong sides together. So we just need to make sure that we're cutting a piece that's going to cover this whole section plus your seam allowance. So the section, the square that we're looking at, plus a quarter of an inch all the way around. So we just cut this here, that's going to be, you can see I've got it pretty much all the way up to the edge anyway, so this piece is going to be enough. And what I like to do with the first piece is just put a bit of glue on it. Just to hold that first piece in place while we shift it around and such. So just making sure we've covered the full section plus the extra for our seams. So what I'm doing is just holding it up to the light so that I can see through and make sure it's in the right place. Pop my iron on so I can just give it a quick heat just to set that glue a little bit. But while we're waiting on that heating up, just start pre-folding the paper. So I've just put this fabric down just to give it a bit of cushioning to be able to mark the paper. There's my seam. So to score the paper, I'm just using the, you know, like the blunt side of my seam ripper. Anything that's got like quite a thin blunt edge. Sometimes I'll use like the back end of the scissors. Just what I had to hand. So we're just going to score along the line between the 1 and the 2. Let's focus again. And then we can just fold this back. Make sure we move this spare fabric out of the way. And that's it up. So I'm just going to give this a quick, it doesn't really need it, but just to secure that glue a bit. So folding the paper back on that line. Small ruler at this point is going to be enough. And we're just leaving that 1/4 inch seam allowance. So now we've got section 2. these patterns as well, Adriana puts the colour number on the piece for you, and there's like a page on the pattern that tells you what all the colour numbers, excuse me, what all the numbers, like there's a chart for you to keep track of your colours. So we can see that the window was colour 10, which is because it's like a navy, but then 2 is also 2, which is the window frame. So just using white for that. So I've got some pre-cut white strips. So for every piece after the first section, we're going, if we're taking it that we've got our paper still right sides up, ignoring this piece, we're going fabric right side up, paper right side down. So basically your fabrics, just in normal sew, like in normal sewing, your fabrics will be right sides together. And then I just like to start with a straight edge and then just line the straight edges up. To make sure we've got enough fabric, maybe put enough close up on just to explain this bit. So let's hide me for a second. So to make sure we've got enough fabric, it is hard to see here, but you can kind of see the lines through your paper. And we want to make sure that the fabric, so you can see this one's easy because it's a rectangle, but you can see we've got here, down here, and then the seam allowance at the bottom. We just need to make sure that the fabric we've got underneath, when we've got it lined up, covers the full rectangle that we can see through the paper, plus a bit extra, like a quarter to a half an inch extra all the way around. If you've got a light box, that can make it easier just to sort of be able to tell through the paper. But this is how I do it. Just going to cut off this excess fabric. And now that we've got the paper in there, the fabric under, sorry, we're going to flip the paper back over, keeping all the fabric where it is underneath. All my bits and bobs out the way. And we are going to line everything up so that we want our needle to drop right where these two lines meet to start our stitching. Or set my needle up properly. So I'm putting it on a 1.4 stitch length, and I'm using the hand crank just to make sure I'm getting that exactly where I want it to start. I have to see if I can get this down a wee bit further. Yeah. There. So it's going to take a couple of stitches and then back stitch, and then we're just following this line all the way to the end. make sure we include the seam allowance. So you can see our stitching on the back and on the front. You can see we started here, back stitched and sewn all the way off. So this is your seam allowance here. So any outside, well, the outside of all the pieces shows your seam allowance with this dashed line. So we want to make sure that we are including that when we are taking account of our fabric and our stitches. So before I do anything else, I just like to fold this back and make sure it's going to cover. You can see we only needed about an inch, so I've got plenty of coverage on that. And now I'm going to press, fold it properly. Get me back up so you can see, kind of see what I'm doing. No, I can't really see, but I'm pressing over here. Hi Agnes, thanks for joining. I saw your message in Discord and came here. Does I have a message in Discord? I don't know how that happened, but thanks anyway. So now that we've pressed this back, we can move on to the next piece. So again, we are looking for the line between piece 2 and 3, and we are going to pre-score this. Oh, Jaja shared the link. Thanks so much. What Discord's that in, Jaja? I do have a Discord, but I don't know, it's not really set up properly yet. So this piece I'm going to put in the keeper bin because it's big enough that I might be able to use it again later. So just to cover that again, so the line between 2 and 3 we pre-scored and folded, and then I've just trimmed the seam allowance back, and we are back to some window fabric. So again, now we go fabric side up, and again I'm lining up those straight edges, making sure I've got enough to cover the piece that I need. And again, it's quite faint on camera, but I can kind of see, you can see the lines through the paper. But I'm just making sure that the fabric underneath is going to be enough to cover that section. So again, I'm going to move it back in here so I can use the rotary cutter. Just going to trim some of this off. hoping you've saved enough. FPP is a lot of cutting and then realising you've cut it wrong and going back and trying again and doing it wrong again. There'll be plenty of that here. This window is a bit of an angle, so it's a bit of a weird fit underneath. Lining up those straight edges. Hopefully that's us now. Oh, thanks very much. I'll need to check that out after. So this one, same as before, we're starting at that intersection of the piece above it. Just taking my time to get the needle exactly where I want it. Oh. Paper got caught on my cable extension. Starting to the legs on this one. If that's actually doing anything. If it just popped up a bit. Try that again. Raja says, I'm new to FPP and keep cutting my fabric I just sewed on. Oh my gosh, I don't even know how I mess it up, but I do. Cutting the fabric that you just sewed on. I mean, it is tricky. I have, so again, before I do anything, I'm just going to fold it up and make sure it's covering the section that it needs to cover. There's been times where I've forgot to press the fabric back and attach the next piece when it was still upside down. There is many things that can go wrong. Right, so oh, I never trimmed those threads either. It took me a while to understand how to get it right, and it took to the sort of tips that I'm using now, they're from Whole Circle Studios, I think. Oh, that's a bit of stuck down. My iron's keeping. Yeah, like it took a couple of tries of like trying different people's like how they do it to get it until it clicked for me. Instead of the extra fabric, I'm someone cutting off all the fabric and leaving one only 1/4 inch. That's my seam. instead of the extra fabric on some, cutting off all the fabric and leaving only a 1/4 inch past the seam. I've got no clue. I mean, we are going to cut, so these are the 3 pieces that we've sewed on so far. And somehow, oh, right, somehow cutting off all the fabric. Ah, so let's see, I can't zoom in that bit in any further, but let's see if we go to this piece. This is, right, get rid of me again for just now. So this is the seam we've just sewed here. So because, so maybe this is because I've already, before I start, right, so I've folded the paper back, I've lined up the 2 edges, so I don't have to go back and trim this seam allowance, because I'm just going to leave it like that, because I started with the straight edges and I lined them up in that way. So I'm not going to touch this again, I'm just going to leave it, unless it was like really bad, like I had to do like a weird fit in a piece not against the straight edge to get it to fit, then I would cut it before I sewed it. But once we've sewn it, so now we've sewed it when it looks like this, so your 2 fabrics are right sides together here. So we've sewn the seam, we've then turned it over and pressed the fabric back. Now we're going to move on to, now that's all we have to do with that piece. Now we're going to move on to the next section. And when we fold this section back, that's when we're going to trim our 1/4 inch again. FPP is definitely tricky. And it can be quite intimidating as well, especially like if you look at a pattern like this and you see how many pieces there are and how small some of these tiny sections are. It's really intimidating. So again, I keep jumping back and forth. See if I can get this. No, this is, focus is not good at this distance. But we're here anyway. So first thing we're going to do, so this was number 3, this is number 4, and it covers the 3 pieces that we've just done. So first thing we're going to do is pre-score that line. The shoulder's too small. And I'm going all the way from one side of the paper to the other, even though the line doesn't go all the way. Now we're going to fold it back where we've scored, so it should be straight on that line. Get rid of the extra fabric. Now we're going to trim to our 1/4 inch seam allowance. And these couple of pieces I can keep, that can get tossed. I'm going to try that with a straight edge next time. Yes, definitely. It's kind of like one less step if you match up the straight edges to begin with. If your piece of fabric that you're working with allows for that, and it's just one less thing to try and go back and trim it afterwards. But I think that is probably where you're getting trimming off fabric, the wrong bit of fabric. I learned right, wrong, and that's how I got it. Cool. Right, so And if I find that my piece is getting a bit big to handle, then just whilst I'm moving it to the machine, once I've lined it up, I'll just put some cuts on just to keep it in place until I get to the machine. Fold your paper back. And just keeping an eye on the fabric going under, because the fabric can flip over on itself or shift when you're trying to slide it under the presser foot. We want to go as close to this line as we can without really going over it, because we're going to have to fold that paper back for this next piece. Show you. So for this one, we were going from this line to this line. Now this is the next piece, and we're going to have to fold this back. So we want to sew up to the line, but not really past it, because then when we fold our paper back and start trimming, it's going to sort of rip the paper and could rip the stitches and stuff. Oh, look cute as a window actually. It kind of looks like, from far enough away, it could look like it's snowing. So that's cool. Happy with that. Right, so 2 more frame pieces to go. I know this is this white fabric's from a jelly roll, so I know that it's going to be big enough for all these frame sections, so just trimming the lengths that I need. And I know that it's going to have a fairly straight edge to start with. Yes. Second guess yourself sometimes as to what you're doing. Reminds me of the trick-or-treaters fabric. Oh yeah. Right, so here, I don't know if you can kind of see, let's, so here you see our line starts here, but this is the seam allowance, so we want to start stitching past the seam, like start up here and not right at this line, because we want to include the seam allowance so that the fabric doesn't get puckered up or be short that seam allowance that we need. And the same at the bottom, we want to sew right the way down past here. So the last piece for this section, and then that'll be the first section done of how many sections? This one has definitely over 50 pieces, I think. And all of my scissors have been even cleaned. Might have dropped them actually. Had this belly roll for a while. It's a bit frayed. What have you all got planned for this weekend then? We have got, so my daughter goes to stage school and she's got a regular class is a Saturday morning, so she's got that tomorrow, but then they're doing their Christmas show on Sunday. So we're out both days this weekend with stage school. So, I can't see me. Maybe I can do it sitting down. So we've added all the pieces, so now we can just trim the excess. So what I like to do is just get my regular clear ruler, and I'm going to line up my 1/4 inch line on my ruler with the 1/4 inch seam allowance line on the pattern piece, instead of just judging it by the, you know, the printed paper. Just find those lines easier to line up to stay where they're supposed to go. Get rid of our unsalvageable pieces and keep the rest. Jaja's going to the movies tomorrow to watch The Grinch. Oh, cool. The live action version, the Jim Carrey one. I asked my daughter to watch Muppets Christmas Carol this week and she said no. I think it looked too scary for her. She's just going to be 6 next weekend. There we go, our first window piece. It actually goes this way. Nice. So that was section A. So now I think, no, we're not going to do section B because I've not decided what I'm doing with the cup yet. So section B is basically the cup section. Yes, even though it's still $15 a ticket, I know. Cinema's so expensive. Yeah, we hardly ever go to the cinema because it's so expensive. Yeah, good fun, especially when they're playing the old movies like that, if you didn't get a chance to see them in the cinema the first time. That's cool. So, yeah, section B, I've not decided what I'm doing with the cup yet. Which colours, etc. So, might leave the rest of this section just now. I'm going to do this. I think this is a section here, like this big bottom piece. Get most of those bigger pieces out the way. So, I'm going to put this back with the other pieces from that section. So we've got quite a lot of the table edge and table legs in this section, plus some of the tree, some of the carpet. Oh, it's got the cookie on it though. And I don't know what I'm doing with that either. I can leave that particular piece and try doing some of the tree and the table. Let's try that. Oh. So AIBHAJ. Right. So there's AI. AH. J was the table leg, which is just a solid piece of colour. So we can get that out of the way. I had said I'm in a group, so this was pattern was still in testing until today. I just was a bit behind, but we had a group chat, and I had mentioned that I like to start with the pieces that I've got that need the biggest pieces of fabric, so that when we trim off the bits that we don't need, we can then use that to do smaller pieces. But this pattern literally got every section's got a different colour in it. There's not one that's apart from this sort of piece here, there's not any that really need two bits of fabric that are so big. So let's, or will we just do the rest of the window? Do that after. Swap out my window fabric for my table fabric. What else do I need? Tree carpet and some tinsel. So what, some 3, 4, 5. That is smart. The fabric tip, yeah, it's if you can work like that, where you start with a big piece and you kind of if you're able to use offcuts and sort of make them work, it's great for using less fabric. But if it's easier to sort of pre-cut the fabric into the size rectangles you would need, that can be easier for beginners. So for example, this triangular piece here, to cut a piece of fabric that's going to be the right size, you would start with, so we have to include this seam allowance as well, so I'm actually going to go beyond that. So you're looking at about 3.5 by, looking at the close bit, a 3.5 by 2 inch rectangle you could cut for that section. Again, it depends what works best in your brain, because again, it's hard. You've got to try and think when you're looking at the shape that you're looking at it from the correct side in the correct way. Like there's a lot of brain power involved. So let's just get this table leg out of the way. I don't have a huge choice for browns, so because I've also got the dog, like the dog's going to be a kind of brownish colour, and then the cat's orange, so I had to go really dark with the browns to look different, and this was the only kind of dark brown that I had. It's a bit dark, but it'll be fine. Oh, just a bit cut. Making sure we've got, oh jeez, sorry about that. Give that a quick press. Make sure it's right sides down. Hard with the plain colours. So this whole section is just one piece of fabric. So what I'm going to do in this case is glue. I'm just going to stick a bit of glue, and then I'll just do a basting stitch around in the seam allowance. I don't know why I put that so far up. Again, I'm just going to give it a quick press just to set that glue a little bit. And now what I'm going to do is just do a basting stitch in the seam allowance. So I'm going to crank my stitch length up to a 5, which is just the size this machine goes. I'm not even going to go around all of it because these stitches are a pain to take out at the end when you're trying to take the paper out, so I'm just going to do some on each side. And I'm just going to leave that piece like that just now. Save that bit of paper, fabric. Put the whole thing in the bin. That was, what colour was that? So I'm going to need that again right now, so I'll just move that out of the way. So, okay, is this piece? So, this piece needs the biggest, one of the biggest 3 greens, so this. Right, one is which colour? AK1. AK1, no, the wrong one. AK1 is, yes, one is the carpet colour. Right. So I've got some pink speckled for the carpet, because I had to get a good chunk of pink in there somewhere. Oh, that glue is strong. Let's make sure your fabric's not folded up on itself. Just going to cut a rough piece out for this section. Oh, and I've cut that the wrong way. It might be alright actually. Remember and cut your piece ones upside down. It's going to be fine because it's pretty even triangle. It'll be fine. Iron it first though. I make that same mistake almost every time. Get my jumper off though. So, same with this piece, this whole section is just one bit of fabric, so just going to roughly glue it to the paper once I've pressed it. Then just throw in a few basting stitches. was good that I had to do that, because now I remembered that I need to put my stitch length back down. So we're still stitching with a 1.4. A lower stitch length is going to, especially with smaller pieces, a lower stitch length is going to give you more security, and it's easier to tear out the paper at the end. What is this song? It's not very Christmassy. It'll be done soon anyway. So first piece, wrong side's up. Glue on the back side. Let's see if I can see it, because this piece has been previously printed on. So find it in there. In here somewhere. You can hold it up to the light, make sure it's covering the piece that you need it to cover. Now, another thing I like to do before we start, especially if you've got quite a lot of pieces all kind of near the edge, near the seam allowance, is we're going to draw out our lines into the seam allowance so we know where we're starting and stopping. Oops. Going on that one. It can help, especially if you've got a really long angle that's sort of going for a while into the seam allowance. And then none of these have really got like multiple meeting at the seam allowance, or sort of a lot together. But you just want to make sure that you always start with the last one you're going to do and kind of go backwards, and then that. Oh, thanks Agnes, no problem. Thanks for joining us. That was kind. This is my first stream on YouTube, so it was nice of you to drop by. And thanks to Tonya for sharing that link, and it clearly worked. Yes, if you've got multiple that kind of are going into the seam allowance but they're crossing over, you want to start at the end and work backwards. Right. So here we go again. I'm going to lean on a bit of fabric. That's not quite big enough. Just for some cushioning. First thing I'm going to do is Get your seam allowance guide so that we've got your straight line to match up. Seven. Oh, she's got 7 as the lighter of the 2 greens, 4 is the darker. So 7 is the lighter shade. So I've got these 2 pure solids for the tree, which go really nice together. The dark is evergreen and the more teal colour is called something lagoon, secret lagoon. This particular section does not have the name on it, but I'm sure it's secret lagoon. So again, this next piece that we are looking at, yeah, they're nice. I used them in my Christmas quilt for the tree, and it looks quite nice. And I've got a bolt each of the colours, so that's why I'm using these. Yeah, so this is the piece that we are doing next, and you can see it's a kind of long, weird angle. Well, obviously we're trying to do it. And it's hard to see because the paper's printed on both sides, but this is your straight edge, but it's a kind of long, weird angle. So in that case, what we can do is try and get a rough idea of the measurements for what we need. So I kind of need it to be away along here, because here's the, oops, here's the end. So if we're going to put a square, a rectangle box around it, you think that's what we're doing. So we're probably going to need about 4 inches by, find the bottomest piece, 4 by 2. So let's try it this way and see. So here's your section that's 4 by 2, give or take, just because of the selvage edge. But so we're looking for where the point starts, and we want to give yourself a bit of extra. So here's where the point starts, and I'm leaving about a 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch on that side, and then we come all the way down to here. So we need to look underneath and make sure the fabric's covering all the way up to here, which it is, but it's not got a lot of extra room, so maybe actually just a bit tight. It'll be fine, but so that's another way that you can, if the odd shapes and odd angles are not making sense, then just try drawing from the seam line between the one you've just done and the one that you're doing. Draw a rectangular box around it and give yourself about 1/2 an inch extra on each side, and that should be big enough. Oh, what have I done with that? That's wrong. You can see the fabric sticking out the end, so what have I done? What's the paper? What have I done? Oh no, that's right. Why does that look wrong? Oh, that is right. I think. We're working on a Christmas tree quilt right now. Which one is it? Do you have any pictures that we could see? No, I've got threads everywhere because I took it out and restarted without tidying up the stitches. Right. Let's see. So, again, the printing on the back's thrown me off, but you can see the shape and we can see a rectangular box in the back there. So it's covered. The Jove quilt. Wait, oh, my face cam's turned off. Wait till we see. I've got a face cam actually. Did I put this in studio mode again? No. It doesn't have anything on it. What's this? Like in the movement or just on behind? Oh. That's my Christmas quilt. I don't think it was this big actually. But here is Jove. Come on. I don't know where I'm going. There we go. You can't see this. But yeah, that's my Jove. I did the lap size quilt. Thank you so much. It took me. I did the quilt top last year, I think, and it can't be that far behind for everybody because. Well, you weren't on the live. Aye, but if at the bottom, you can. You weren't up to date. Right, sorry. Yes, I did the quilt top, I think 2 years ago actually. And then I just finished it this year. Yes, so let's see if we can Go back to this one. Actually, yeah, so the background fabric, so the prints are all Winter Tale by Art Gallery Fabrics, and then this including this, it's called Christmas Potpourri or something like that. Wrong way again. Yeah, it's got these little candy canes and little sweets and bits and bobs. So nice. Yours is all speckled. That'll look so good. I also love speckled. I've got, well, obviously this coral speckled that we're using, and I've got some more different colours just for the pencil and stuff like that. Oh, see this chair? Look at that. Right, where were we? Right, now we're on to 3. The cotton shapes, yes. I did that on my embroidery machine. It's like holiday ornaments, it's so cute. So now, why is this confusing me? I think that's what doing it. That's why. There we go. All back to front. So actually, I'll start, because we're doing, there's a lot of back and forth with the tree, with the 2 greens. So we've got quite a lot of sections, and it's all obviously like back and forth with the colours. So when I've got something like that, I like to set up these little extra bins at the side, specifically for the colours that I'm going to go back to quite a lot. So I'll put light green in one, dark green in the other, just for like these bigger scraps that I can maybe use in the future. Whereas the rest of my scraps, just chuck them in the everything bin. Because like we said, like there's not a lot of repeating of the colours across the different sections in this particular pattern, so I probably won't have to go into it that much. But with the tree, definitely. So set up these extra bins just at the side here. Ready to trim that. So now we're on to our darker green, and we've got quite a long section for this. Also, these cuts that I've got are half yards, and they're a lot to manoeuvre about the table. So just give a rough idea of what we're going to need. Make sure we're right sides up. Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong piece. There we go. So sure we've got everything in the right way. This piece is definitely... let me move it along a wee bit. Again, keeping an eye on where the shape is underneath. Hopefully that's fine. Oh, I forgot to switch it off. At 9:30. Yeah. I think the first timer worked, but the second one didn't. Which is random. Sorry, I keep banging that. Right. I really like the art gallery fabric solids for FPP because they're nice and thin. Don't particularly care for them most of the rest of the time. They've got their nice colours, but they're just so thin, which is great for FPP, but so this piece almost spans the whole length of this fold, so I'll just make sure we've got enough end to end. couple of fat quarters. I used them to make iPad cases. Yeah, like their prints are nicer. Like that Jovi quilt, that's all Art Gallery Fabrics prints, and they are nicer, but I just feel like the solids are just like really thin. Do we have fat quarters? Yes, so you can buy them as fat quarters, but they sell them in like they'll sell them in meters instead of yards. So the fat quarters are actually bigger over here. Just by a wee bit, but if you buy like factory pre-cuts, then they'll be the standard 18 by 21. But if you get, like, if a shop sells you a fat quarter, you'll get it in metric measurements. You'll get half a quarter of a meter instead of a yard. But don't ask me to do anything in metric measurements because it's too confusing to switch between the two. Neat. Yes, I do like buying the fat quarter bundles. I have quite a few of those. I just while I remember doing a slight modification on this piece. Is it going to work? It should work. At work, a lot of the items on the boxes are in kg, and I never know what that equals to. Yeah, see, I don't know either. My then co-worker, she's from the Philippines. She never knows pounds when I ask her. We measure the weight of items in metric, but the weight of people in imperial. Sometimes some people measure in kg, but I don't know how to. When someone tells me how much they weigh in kilograms, I don't know what that means. But yeah, like when we're weighing stuff for the post office, I'll weigh it in grams or kilograms. But when we weigh ourselves in pounds. So, good fun. But yeah, like when I order stuff from the States, and then like charge me shipping based on weight, and it'll say, you know, you're getting charged for £3. And I'm like, I don't know if that's heavy or not. I don't know if that's good or bad. Yeah. Our chatbot is reminding us that today's pattern is by Adriana at Getting Jazzy With It, and there is a link to purchase it on Etsy, or you can also get it on her website. The Etsy link is an affiliate link, just so you know. Yes. Just one of the ways you can support the channel. Why is that other timer not working then? Interval 50 minutes. Oops. Well, we'll see if that works. Yes, I shop on Etsy a lot as well. I do like to check if the person has their own website. That usually costs them less in fees, but like in Adriana's case, like her website's only for North America, and then so if you're in the EU, you've got to shop on Etsy anyway. And I think there's a few stores that are like that. But yeah, I got a lot of my patterns from Etsy or some other bits and bobs. We're starting to get pine needles. Starting to, I mean, it doesn't look like a tree, but it's starting to do something. Right, we need quite a, what colour did we just have? Light green. So now we're on to dark green. Quiet plate. Now I did just get 9 FPP patterns, so it might be the same. Because I think there was obviously 9 different people involved, so it might have been in somebody else's, on somebody else's list. Let me have a look and see. Oh no, it was Quiet Play. Yes, I did get them. Christy at Quiet Play. Yes, I got them. Yeah. Yeah, I've downloaded them. I haven't looked at them yet, but I made sure that I had them downloaded so that I didn't miss out. Because there was another set. I think there was another, was it 12 Days of Quiltmas? But I think that was a paid one. Whereas I think in previous years that's been free, but it was paid this year, so I didn't join that one. Yeah. They all look cute, so looking forward to that. Add a name to the list. I just get one crocodile because I had one earlier, and then just like, oh, the music stopped again. The playlist is finished. Yes. We have had a few new subscribers whilst we've been on, but I've had no notification in the stream that that's happened. So apologies if you're still with us. Thank you so much for subscribing. Definitely Donna and Emma, thank you so much for being here. I thought I was supposed to get some kind of notification, but oh, yeah. Oh yeah, that was the one was $10 Cropmas one, and then Riley Bake has a free one going on. Oh, I've not seen that one. Thanks. I'll be right back, just taking a quick. The wrong one. There we go. Back. X that, X that, X that. Oh, hi Emma, thanks for dropping into the chat. Just found you from your Instagram post. Not on during this time usually, but I'm so glad to see you live. Thank you so much for jumping on in between your busy day. It is currently almost 10 p.m. here. That's why I'm on at this time. But yeah, thanks so much for jumping in, dropping a subscription. Words are hard. Thanks so much. I really appreciate that. This is our first proper live here on YouTube, so we're getting to grips with all the goings on. Yeah, so we are working on this FPP project. Let me know if you like FPP, if it's more traditional piecing that you normally do. Music has went off again. Oh, I'll see what it did. I think I just replayed the last song instead of starting a new playlist, so apologies if you just heard that song twice. I've got no idea what I'm doing. Pro streamer. So, we just did 5, so 6 is back to our carpet fabric. So I'm going to need to cut a new piece for that. Why? No, this way. So I need a bigger ruler. Here we go. Whoa, we went way out of focus here. What's this doing? I mean, it's as good as it's going to get, I'm afraid. Need to sort that out later. Add that to the what do you call your snag list? Aye, that was, it came to me as I was asking. I think I'll need to move my second phone back up there just because that webcam doesn't remember and fold your paper back before you cut the fabric, or you will cut the wrong shape again. So again, before we press anything, I'm just folding it back, make sure that's completely covered the section that we need. Again, a bit hard to tell because this particular piece has got printing on both sides, but you know, I cut that piece plenty big enough, so. Well, we're starting to get. See which piece this is. I'm looking at back to front, that's what's wrong. We are, oh yeah, it is this, alright, that's the bottom. For this kind of section here. So I'm trying to do a slight modification. And see, oh, I cut the wrong thing. This one. So you can see here, there's this really harsh straight line here, which I think if we just take the seam, so we're going from up here. This is the edge of the piece, but I think if we cut this, I mean it's going to be a really small piece of green, but I think we can cut it. It's okay. Stitch the seam kind of like this. I'm going to take away that harsh edge. I'm going to try it. See what happens. So you can see here I've just redrawn. So this was the original seam line here. I've just redrawn it to, it starts in basically the same place, but you can see here's that sharp edge, that kind of straight line there that you could see, so I've just kind of chopped that off. Oh, what has happened? I went to the wrong screen. There we go. Yeah, hopefully it'll, just that straight edge on the tree just sticks out to me, so I think this will just look, yes, look less obvious. 4 is the dark green, yes. So you can see now we're gonna getting into smaller pieces, so I can go to my scrap bag and see if I've got anything that's going to work, although this whole piece has got selvage printing on it, so probably just put that in the regular scrap pile. Again, we're just trying to see where the bottom-most piece is, and then making sure the fabric underneath is covering it. So this is actually big enough. Okay. Did you just use the back of the seam ribber to score the line before folding the paper? Exactly. That is exactly what I did. Where are we? Yeah, blunt edge. I just find like mine in particular, see how thin it is? So it's, I'm not going to get this to focus. But yeah, it's just a really thin blunt edge. Sometimes I've used these curved scissors, but obviously you can see it's like a much thicker line that's on it. You just want to be gentle, and because we're really just trying to score it to help fold the paper and not actually tear the paper before we've sewn through it. If you're not comfortable doing that, I've seen people just put their straight edge up against it and fold their paper back like this. Also works. Depends how thick your paper is. Again, it's just finding a system that works for you. Where's my big scissors? That's genius. Thank you so much. Yeah, definitely helps like pre-folding or pre-scoring the paper. So let's see if we can get back here and just see again. So again, we've just did this piece here. This is the next piece. Again, what did I do? So yep, just like I said, the blunt side, and just the full length of the paper longer. So even though your seam stops here, you obviously want to fold as much of the paper as you can, and it super, it just helps. Like you can literally just, it just folds without any issues. Again, you just have to be gentle. It depends how thick your paper is, what it can stand, because you don't want to tear the paper. So, right, piece 8 is actually a tinsel piece. So, to decide which colour of tinsel we're doing right at the bottom. I have got blue, some purple. And some more speckles, although this green is, no, it's actually not too similar to the lagoon, but it's quite similar to this one. So I want to keep them two kind of apart, and also I want to reuse this pink, so I'll put that in the top section so it's away from the carpet. So maybe just go blue and purple. Let's just go for blue. That's literally the only piece. Oh no, I'm going to need, there's another piece. I'll need a tiny bit more of that. Just that. Where did it go? Where's that just? Oh, got it. So start with my straight edge piece. This section isn't quite the full length of the paper, so as long as we have that covered, we are good to go. Oh, jeez. We were just, me and Tonya were just chatting. I don't know if you were here at that point, Emma, about the, well, actually, it's finished now, so never mind. I was going to tell you about the free FPP patterns, but it's finished now. But I think Tonya said Riley Blake has got a free one, but is that for FPP? I don't know if Riley Blake's free patterns are FPP or if they're just regular blocks. Oh, you got them. Good. Right, so this is where I've made a small change. So just trying to see if I've got this. Yeah, because I've moved the seam line back a bit, so stopping at the new line, and then we'll just see how it looks when we're done. So the last piece is carpet. Any other carpet scraps? No, just this big piece. It's fine though. Right. Let's see. So here is where we said there was this straight line that kind of sticks out. And here, so it would have been this piece here, I think. Yeah. So we've still got the seam allowance to take into account. So let's just trim this and then we'll see. A tiny kind of straight tip on it, but so yeah, we've still got the seam allowance to take off there, so you'll see it, you can barely see it. I'll have a tiny straight edge there, but certainly not going to look as obvious as what was there before, I think. Again, that's just my opinion on how it looked. But that's kind of Adriana's style, is quite choppy edges. Ah, what happened there? YouTube is not responding. Oh, good. Don't know why the settings reset there. Right. I think we've lost connection. Right, I don't know what happened here. Let me know in the chat if you're still with us. I don't know if we just lost connection. What did you lose? I think we've lost connection. I'm getting error messages saying we've lost connection. I'm still here. Okay, that's fine then. Apologies if it gets a bit choppy or, you know, there's lag or buffering. I don't know what's happened. My internet's obviously just dropped out or something. Or my computer's decided to do an update. Not on a Saturday or Friday night, surely. Right. Well, we'll continue anyway, and if we're here, we're here. This piece is finished though, so that's good. So, we'll just trim this up, and we can add it to the done pile. That only took us over an hour to do this one section, did it? Definitely must have been at least an hour. FPP is not quick. Take the bits that we can salvage. Most of these are salvage anyway, so you just go in the scrap bag. Right, this piece is done. The pink's very bright for the carpet. But choices. So let's see. So we have done really got highlighter. We have done the A section and the K section. Hard to see it on screen. To see, so that's not right. Section. So up to the orange bit, we've done this. We did this A section first. We've got this bit organised and this bit organised. So just continue with the tree sections because we've got all the stuff out for those. Go on for a bit longer. I mean, I've got nowhere to be. It's nearly 10:30 at night here. I'm sure you have all got interesting Friday night plans. So for this section, we're basically just starting at the top and working our way straight down the piece, which is great. Here is a good example of what I was saying earlier about when two seams meet at the seam allowance. So before I start, what I'm going to do is just, like I said, if you start at the end and work backwards. So this the stitching for 7 is going to come all the way out here. 6 we want to stop here where it meets 7. If we were to keep stitching, so obviously we're going to stitch this line first. If we were to keep stitching all the way down here, when we go to do 7, we're going to have to take out those stitches to be able to fold the paper back properly. Most of the rest of them are pretty straightforward on this piece. That one is not near the seam allowance anyway. This is your Friday night plans too. Great. Well, I will be here a wee bit longer for you. By that point, it will still be early for you. But 12 o'clock, midnight here would be 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Maths is also hard. It's been a long day. Yeah, hopefully that made a bit of sense here. So, as always, for the darker fabric. So, first piece, we're just going to stick the fabric on. This is a really small piece to start. So, just checking the scrap bin, although most of it is selvage. This tiny piece, but I feel it's just a bit too small. I'm also looking at it the wrong way around. Got a chunk of selvage on it as well. No, it's going to be too small. These bits are pretty useless actually. Oh, jeez. Must have more upbeat songs in this. Big jolly beats. Pretty sure I've heard this song. I'll make a better playlist of YouTube approved songs for next time. remember which bit we're folding. Learning so much. I'm so glad. I didn't know how this was going to go. I was just going to come on here and ramble. But glad I can help somebody. What did I just teach you? I'm lost what I've said. That is good to know though. Might consider making a video for the channel that goes into it. This live should get posted to the channel once it's finished anyway, but there'll be a video that's a bit more like condensed to just the information. Would be good. I'm glad it's making some sort of sense, because it took me a while, and like it took me learning from a few different people like how they do it to get a way that works for me, so that I can get it. Like, I'm not saying it's right every time, but it works most of the time until I just make a silly mistake. Like, the system works, then you don't follow the system. Like when I cut my pieces upside down, I'm sorry if this looks out of focus. I will try and fix it for next time. Yes, it's always a big whoops when you especially like it's no, this is controversial. When you're working with solid coloured fabric, there is still a right and a wrong side. And sometimes I can get hung up on that I've cut it on the wrong side, when the piece is obviously still usable. Hardly anybody's even going to care that the fabric may or may not be the wrong way up. So when we get to one of these seams where we're starting against another seams line, obviously we want to start basically bang on the line, the point where those two intersect. So I like to position my paper and use my hand wheel just to basically have the needle, the needle's basically just about to touch the paper, and then I can just adjust the paper underneath it and then put it down so that I know it's going exactly where I want it to go. Again, before we press and trim anything, I'm just going to make sure that that completely covers the section that we need. This section. Tiny little piece of blue, and then that is it for this blue colour. Emma, if you're still there, are you got any Christmas projects on the go just now? Bonya is making a Jovi Christmas tree quilt by Mommy and Me Quilting, I think it is. Yeah, I think. Been a while. I bought it when it came out, which I think was at least 2 years ago. Or is the dark? Yeah. I'm chancing my luck with this piece because it is right at the selvage. But I like to use up those tiny scraps. Once kids go to sleep, I'll be downstairs making some penguin rice bag heating packs for my co-workers. I have a couple of machine embroidery Christmas gifts. Oh, making us all feel bad here, making handmade gifts for your co-workers. That sounds like a lot of effort. But that sounds cool. Penguin. Never thought to put rice heat pads in the freezer. No, me neither. Rice bag heating pads. A couple of machine embroidery gifts today too. Yeah, I don't have any plans to make actual gifts for people. I did consider doing a teacher gift, but that's probably unlikely. But yeah, heating pack sounds nice. Something that I have looked at previously, but never actually. I think I've made a proper heating pack one. What was there? Was something else I saw that was like a heating thing, but then it was like, oh, you can also put it in the freezer and do the cold version. Never thought it would work with a rice pack though. So here, sorry to keep switching angles, but okay, my top camera can't zoom in that much. That is it. First year that you've committed to doing homemade gifts. We'll see how long it lasts then. I have done homemade gifts before, but never sewing gifts, I don't think. I've did a couple of like painted signs, and 1 year I did that really small macrame earrings and stuff. What else? I've got a few peekaboo pouches that I've made that I've considered maybe giving to family, but I'm not sure. They're a bit too nice to give away. So yeah, here is where I wanted to show you. So this is where I had said that if we'd brought this line, so say obviously if we'd stitched this all the way to the edge, when we then go to do this next one, which again, like I said, it's the next one. So see, when we go to fold that back, if we'd stitched this seam all the way out to the edge, then we would have had problems trying to fold this next piece. This next piece back, we would have had to like rip the paper here, and sometimes you can have to take the stitches out. Have you made little hot pads for pans and dishes? Those are quite neat. Oh yeah, that's a good one. The bowl cozies are really good. I use mine all the time for soup and ice cream. So that works both hot and cold. They're really good. They're quick as well. Same idea as a hot pad. What are those called? Pot holders. Yeah, the bowl cozies, they're good. And they work. Those are actually useful gifts that will get a lot of, well, I say that. They get a lot of use here because like we would have probably more hot soup here than yous might have in the hotter climes. Oh, you're in Canada. That is such a nice idea for a cold office, yeah. Yeah, it could be a little desk body until you need them. It could be a little lap heater. That's a good idea. I'm sure we've heard the song at least 5 times already. Back to this one. Right, another piece finished. That one did not take nearly quite as long, although still a good half hour. Time is just flying by because you're all so chatty. We are distracting you. No, it really does take this long, to be fair. I've posted a video, I think I've posted it on YouTube as a shorts. The Derpy cat, how long it took me to do just one eye. It took me 50 minutes. Just to do like this tiny section here. I'm literally smack dab in the middle of Canada. Cold then. Try to think. It's the middle. Calgary's kinda in the middle, is it? Certainly more central. Nope, I was wrong. Calgary's much nearer the west coast. Nothing interesting around me. The joke around here is that if your dog runs away, you can watch it. Oh no! That's funny. I got a dancing couple pattern from Etsy and only have the bottom chunk done because it was a big piece. Yeah. It does, it takes a while. I've been working on, this is the other one that I'm currently working on, and it is a big, oh, I keep getting pieces caught in this one. One of these bits is going to get ripped off. This one, but like the biggest version, and like the pieces are gigantic. Like one of the pieces doesn't even fit in the bag. Oh, I think I have put it in actually. I've had to fold it though. Like, this is just one of the sections. Like, the pieces are big, but doesn't mean it's quicker. Whole quilts. Never heard of them. Let's have a look and see. Well, I didn't know it was so big. Yeah, this is the same pattern, but this is the smaller version. I just got this in the tiny quilt swaps, the white elephant tiny quilt swaps. That's the smaller version, but I'm doing the 36-inch version, which you didn't think it would be that much bigger, but clearly it is. Who are we looking for? Cool quilts. Cole's quilts. Not long. The castle one, is that? I haven't heard of Cole. I will look him up. Yeah, me too. I'm looking him up right now. That castle is amazing. Castle Dreamer Quilt Along has started. Few books. Yeah, the castle. Let's see if we can. Bear with me, I'm just having a quick look at something. This one, so amazing. That looks so nice. Yeah, Cole's Quilts. Thank you for sharing. That is looks really good. Let's see. I know, just keeps adding to the list. Is the full quilt along free? Like, I'm just looking at the pattern download and there's like a full bunch of the sections already released. Add that to my downloads. Oh no, we're on week 4 already. Oh, if I missed. That says week 4. Oh, every Friday there's new sections released. Maybe I get the ones that's already released. Anyway, I'll check that out. Okay. That's for another day. I have to get the Christmas ones out the way first. So, I've got this pattern, it's clearly Christmas. And then the cowgirl, she obviously can be anything but the design I've done for her is Christmas themed, so hoping to get that finished before Christmas as well. We're shy on the seam allowance there. That'll be fine. Yes, there's a pattern for free. Well, it looks like it's free, and they're releasing it every week. There's like a few more sections, maybe, but I don't know if it's all in the one download. It's the download I've got says week 4. It's free for a bit, and then after a bit he makes it into a pattern, into a paid pattern. Ah. Oh, it's going to be a full-size quilt, 60 by 81. Trying for something to make it next year. I'm not sure how long it'll be free. Yeah. Right. Back to our quilt at hand. This piece is done. That is so. This piece, and then we've got a table leg, and then this other piece that we did. No, I've got back to front. Do that every time. This still looks wrong. No, that's right. There we go. We have the bottoms of a tree. Well, that's good. He's got a Facebook group for updates and stuff. Yeah, I've got I pulled these actually. Well, I'll have a better look at his website tomorrow. And all his stuff. So thanks so much for sharing that. I definitely had not heard of his page before. So this is the bottom corner of your little quilt. Looking really colourful. There was another section in this piece, yeah. This top section. This. Right. So most of these are pretty straightforward as well. in terms of seams. Got an oddball bit in there. We are starting with 7, which is the lighter green. We're going to do that first. First we need to stick the first piece down. Light green. I have some not very useful scraps. This one might be fine. I mean, our seam allowance is going to be salvage, but that's fine. I don't mind. If you have got Instagram, I am most active over there with sort of regular updates about stuff that I'm working on and like sharing other stuff that I find. So I'd love to connect with you over there as well if you are on Instagram. Yeah, if you want to add me over there, do drop me a message and just say it's Tanya from YouTube, just so that I know if you've got a different username or. remember, Emma, you said that's where you had came from. Let me just check. Yeah, just found you from Instagram. So if you have yeah, just drop me a message and say that it's you. I followed your line to change life. You'll see me in quilts after bedtime over there. Cool. Thank you for that. I will. Gotcha. So what time is it with you, Emma? If you're sort of mid Canada, what time zone would that be? Maybe one of the middle ones, one of the oddballs that no one references. Yeah, no worries. That's cool. Fanciful seams. Keep an eye out. I'm getting sick of these fake Christmas songs now. this playlist's nearly done anyway. Right, 5 is this tiny little oddball piece here. We've had North Pole Radio on the TV playing. Does it have real songs on it though? I did a couple of Twitch streams, and on Twitch you can play Spotify whilst you're live. And so I'd put on like their general Christmas mix, but it was like all the old, like soppy sounding songs, so I had to change it to modern songs. Because my Spotify rap age was 30, I think, which is a wee bit younger than my real age, so I was happy with that. Whereas my 16-year-old son, his Spotify rap age was 54. It's a classic Christmas song, but literally repeat songs just by other artists. Yeah. Yeah, it's like the same 10 songs just on all day repeat. I mean, it's 83. What on earth have you been listening to? Somebody on Instagram said theirs was in the 70s, I think, because they listened to like some music from the 60s or something like that. That's funny. Day 12 is going to be the next colour, so this purple. Because I like to listen to the 50s with my grandma. Yeah, 50s. I think that must be because I'm sure somebody else's was in the 70s, and they said music for the 60s. So yeah, that makes sense. Bought this Bluetooth speaker and it doesn't come with a normal FM AM radio. So strange, so I put Spotify on our iPad for her. Bought a Bluetooth speaker and it doesn't come with a right. Yeah, it doesn't come with a radio. Or it'd be like so long since I've actually listened to the radio. The what do they call it now? put Spotify on an iPad. That was nice. She's just amazed that you can get like every song that's ever released. There's another little piece done. See, we're flying now. It's this big bulky thing. I thought it came with a built-in radio. Well, now I wonder, do they even make big speakers with radios? No, I think my boyfriend's got a big speaker, like, and it's a Bluetooth speaker, and I don't know if that's got radio. No, it's not got radio on it. It's not portable. No, it's just a big speaker. So that, no, not that piece. Christmas tree. Oh. Just checking. Right, what? Right, let's see what we've done. So we now have done this whole, nope. Oh, yeah, this whole section. So Does that look right? I've done all the way up to the top of the table leg. That looked like enough bits. Don't know which way up this goes. Let's go that way. Oh yeah. And then this piece. So we've got the other piece that's under the tree, under the table, and then this was just the one bit of fabric piece which we cut out to start with as well. So let's find this piece. It is oh wait, that's 2. That is 1, 2, 3 different pieces. Was this song on the last playlist? I picked a completely different playlist. Oh, who knows? Anyway. Right, what sections have we got left on this bottom piece? So let me check my instructions. Yeah, so these 2 long pieces are for under the table. So we should just have 1, 2, 3 other pieces. Yep, 1, 2, 3. Half an hour to go. Let's see what we can get done in the last half hour. So these 2 pieces look pretty straightforward, just back and forth with the greens. So let's wire in. This piece is light green to start, and this piece also light green. Tiny corner piece. Definitely got a scrappy bit for that. Possibly, yep, that's fine. This bit's a bit bigger, so we'll just chuck it on there. These are all just straight seam pieces, so I'm not worrying too much about drawing the lines, but I wanted to show you on this one how I was saying that drawing the lines into the seam allowance can help with your starting and stopping points. Like, this is a really good example. Like, to keep that line straight, this is how far away you'd have to start. Like, if you were starting at this end, we'll just start up here, but like, you'd probably never guess that it was going to be that long to get to that point. pip out our greens and see what we've got to work with in the scrap pile. Although this one needs a really big piece, so probably not that one. This one is kind of long actually. Yeah, probably none of them. Just cut this big section off. Have to keep in mind on pieces like these that you're including the seam allowance when you're judging your piece of fabric. It can be a bit harder to see through the paper because they'll generally, like this one, the seam allowance is like a dotted line, so it's definitely more faint than the stitching line. I don't normally work with multiple pieces at a time unless they're like completely symmetrical pieces, but these ones are just very similar. Pretty much got, well, one's got 3 pieces, the other's got 4, and both of them are just back and forwards with the 2 greens, and started on the same shade, so That's why I'm trying it like this. And we need some quite long bits. Yeah, there's a piece that I've been cutting already. On this edge. So just cut a piece off here. So here's an example of when the rectangle that I've cut just isn't quite long enough, but this is quite a thin piece, like quite a thin piece, so I can actually put it across the diagonal like this, and then in this case, in this instance, this is when I would then cut that seam allowance straight edge now so that I didn't have to do it after I've stitched and possibly cause that confusion about which piece you're cutting. And then I've just started at that very far edge of that seam when I said we'd start at the other side. That smaller piece is done. This piece has just got one more bit to go. To draw these lines on first though. Piece of So these two little sections are done. I'm just going to save the trimming because we've only got this piece left, and I want to get it finished before I finish up for the evening. It would just be a good place to stop, but it's going to take us a wee bit to get this one finished, so let's just check. So we need some carpet. I don't think that's going to be big enough. Maybe just a wee bit. I've not got much other scraps in that shade. I'm looking at it upside down again. Oh, yeah. Nope. What am I doing? Chancing it with this piece. But I want to just check my lines on this one again. I have got two lines that meet at the seams on this one again, so just take my own advice and start at the end and work your way forwards. There we go. Right. Looks okay. Close enough is good enough is our motto around here. Number 2 is light green. That piece is not going to be big enough. Checking where the seam allowance is. This one wasn't going to the seam allowance actually, so we're good there. Just making sure we hit at the intersection. We'll make it still working. Another longer green piece. None of them, no. Hello. Yes, we're back. I literally just checked the mic. Still had power 2 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago maybe. Is what it is. Yes, I was just saying I had forgot this whole time to check my bobbin since I started nearly 4 hours ago. But it's totally fine. Obviously not done that much work. Apologies if I was quiet for 10-15 minutes. My mic had expired, but I fixed it now. I did just check it not that long ago. But now we know the charge does not last 4 hours. I don't think we'd get these 3 bits finished in that 30 minutes, but I might surprise myself. I've got one piece to add, and I've got no idea what colour that's supposed to be. The purple. This one. So, last piece for this evening. Nice piece of tinsel to end. Just going to cut this straight across here. I hope I wasn't off for too long, but it's definitely been a bit quieter. Oh, I just about chopped the full end of that piece off there. Good job, but these scissors are pretty rubbish for anything other than thread. There we go, that is where I think that is all the purple that I'm going to need as well. So, just trim up these last few bits, and done those 3 bits with 4 minutes to spare. Look at that. Enough time to trim, and then we'll say good evening. I was concentrating, so I thought you were too. I mean, I was concentrating. So, is there any other times of the week that is a better time for you to hang out on the lives? That the piece I just done. AM. Yes. AM. I'm missing another piece. That is the AO. What's this piece? AL. I don't know where that piece came from, what that's off of. I've done the wrong. I'm missing a piece. Usually off Friday, Saturdays and Sundays. Okay, cool. Yeah, because it was quite early for you when we started. What was it? Yeah, lunchtime. Right. Those three pieces. This was AO. That's definitely part of this under the table section. What's this bit? Is the wrong colour? No, it's not. What's that bit? AN. I've done that piece. It goes to here. Nope. This piece. AM. I'm missing. So where did the A? No. What's this other piece? AL. Oh, that's this piece here. Alright, so I have missed a piece. It is missing from the section. I don't know where that's went. It's quite a... Oh, it's on the floor. Oh well. I thought we were done with that section, but we missed a piece. But that's fine. I'll do that next time. So, thank you so much for joining me this afternoon, this evening. I've mentioned a couple of times, this is my first time doing a stream like this live on YouTube, so I'm super grateful that you stopped by and you were very chatty with me. I really appreciate it. It helps keep everything flowing and keeps me occupied. So here is what we got finished in tonight's stream. This live will go up on the channel as a replay. I'm not sure how long it takes. YouTube does it automatically, I believe. So if there was anything, any tips or that I mentioned that you want to revisit, you should be able to do that. Just in a second. Yeah, I'm glad I was of some help. I hope you found some of my tips useful. So we had our table leg, this piece, look at it this way, AL, that piece, no, what was this piece? AM, the next piece was the bit that we accidentally missed, but just kind of sits in there. And then this tiny piece up here. Oh shoot, sway a wee bit. And then the back side pieces. And this is just the carpet. Emma says, glad I found your channel today. So am I. I'm so glad that social media works in your favour sometimes. I think Emma had said I had shared a reel earlier today and found us by chance that way, so that was really great. Yeah, I'll be on, I'm not sure when I'll next be on. I'll definitely be on same time Friday next week. Voila. Yes. Yes. I'll be on the same time Friday next week. Possibly, will I just keep the rest of this until next Friday? I might do some other wee bits and bobs on it during the week. But I'll save some of it for Friday next week. Okay. Thanks again so much for joining me this evening. Thanks for chatting. It's really been a great first stream. I'm really grateful that you are here. I'll speak to you again soon. Again, I've added I posted my Instagram, and if you follow me over there, do drop me a message and let me know. Emma, I got yours, so I will catch up with you over there as well. Have a good night. Thank you so much. Yous as well. I know it is still early for you, so hope you have a good rest of your Friday and a good weekend, and I'll speak to you again soon. Night.